I was saying that I had tried to access the YouTube link a few minutes ago, and it showed that it was private. And so now I've accessed it and I can see it on YouTube. So it's cool.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I've made a private public, sorry. And yes, we can throughout the day if we need to change that. I'm just not sure of the implications with the stream itself and how it presents itself. Cool. I'll get on with it.
Greg, would you like to test some videos or some audio?
Yes, of course.
Just wanted to say to everyone that's here, including Grace, that we're trying to test this experience.
The one thing that you have to notice is that if you're both on YouTube and Zoom, is that the conversation we have comes after 2 seconds or 3 on YouTube. Huh? So, if you hear that confusion, just know that you have Zoom open and YouTube also open. So.
Asma?
As part of African Crossroads, we have taken part in a co-creation, should I call them co-creation sessions with amazing artists from different parts of Africa. It has been really
Asma?
special because I think one of the things.
Ouais, Didier.
Il y a Philippe.
J'ai vu quelqu'un essayer de rentrer dans le...
Ouais, je le laisse entrer.
Allô?
Je le laisse entrer.
Bah, je sais pas qui c'est.
Ah, tu sais pas qui est Philippe?
On n'est pas censé avoir quelqu'un. Attends, laisse-moi voir parce qu'on n'est pas censé avoir.
C'est un des guest.
Ah oui, non, il est dans le. Ouais, en fait, on est censé à 12h30. Tu peux faire un test avec les différents speakers de la session.
Mm-hmm.
Et il faut que tu partages aussi les slides. Tu vois ce.
Je le laisse entrer.
Je sais pas si on peut lui écrire dans le chat qu'on commence dans 5 minutes, on attend les autres. Bon, je peux pas lui écrire. Je le vois plus. Il est toujours là?
Ouais.
Ah bon? Je vois. C'est ça, texte, connexion, speaker, materials. Didier, pour la session... pour la session... Oula. Pour la session de... Attends. Je vais te muter.
Well, listen, how are you? Yes, I'm cool. How are you?
BMS.
Yeah. I'm fully right here now, fully. Good to see you.
Ah, Didier. C'est bon, tu m'as pour cette session. Ouais. En fait, je t'ai fait te muter, mais j'arrivais pas. Pour la session sur la room 4, là, sur laquelle on est, il y a un seul participant qui a des slides qui doivent être normalement... Ouais. Je vais vérifier que ce sont les bons. Ils sont sur le drive.
Ouais, j'ai téléchargé.
Ça a téléchargé, mais... Alors.
Mais après, je sais pas avec quel logiciel il faut lire ça. Est-ce que c'est un PDF?
C'est un PDF? Ouais, c'est bon, PDF. Tu fais juste un screen share et tu passes le PDF. Non. Donc là, normalement, tout le monde devrait nous rejoindre. We have a test session.
Donc, maintenant, il y a quelqu'un qui s'appelle Mac. Je sais pas qui c'est Mac.
Ouais, il y a 2 personnes qui essaient de rentrer. Donc, on laisse rentrer. Admit, Philippe et Mac.
On admet?
Oh oui, je les ai admis du coup.
Ah, ok.
Oh, ouais, pardon. Hello.
Hello, Philippe.
Hi, Philippe.
Hi, everyone. Good morning.
Hello.
Good morning or good afternoon.
We don't hear you much. Can you talk closer to the mic?
Hello.
Ah, perfect.
Oh, yes. So I think I don't have to use my headsets because...
Welcome to everyone who's arriving.
Hello.
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 Hello. Actually, I'm on my way to one of the hubs so I can have a better internet reception. So I should be online the next 10 minutes.
Perfect. We are still waiting for 2 people. Oh, we just wanted to check your mics and your videos. So if everybody can turn on their videos, that would be awesome. Sweet.
You heard me? Asna, you...
Yes.
Okay. Ah, allô, allô.
Oui. Bonjour, Abdullah. I think we're
Testing.
still missing. Sorry.
Testing 1, 2.
Okay, is everybody's ready for our session coming? You don't have, if you have any questions or anything, yeah, feel free to
I wanted to
share
check
them
if
now.
my audio is good. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, is my audio
Who's-
good? Can you hear me?
We don't hear you very well. I don't know who's talking. Is it Brian?
No, it's me, Philip. I
Ah,
don't
Philip.
know. Is my audio good?
We don't hear you well. I think we were hearing you better without your earphones, actually. You want to give it another try?
And how does this sound?
Perfect.
Nice. Cool, cool.
We have only one presentation to share. I don't know if any of, no, I don't see Monsef and Mamadou. So there's no point in sharing their presentation. All of you are comfortable with the question, prepared, and like the idea is was just to check your sound and videos. So if it's all good, we don't have to like retain you so long. Maybe we just wait a couple of minutes for the others to arrive. And if they don't arrive, then yeah, then we can just leave and we meet at the in an hour and a half, an hour, sorry. We meet exactly in an hour for our session. So we will so that's pretty much it. Didier, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, just a question. Does any of you have a last minute file that they want to share or not? That they want to try, like a picture or music or a video? Nope. I take it as
Yes, I may have something actually. I didn't want to make the presentation so long, so I can add a video of just like a quick summary of what I've been doing, maybe just to illustrate what the code of forms are as I describe the presentation. I share it via Evelyn on WhatsApp, or where can I share?
Wait. Asma, you're on mute.
Oh, sorry, I'm muted. Oh, Brian, is the video, will you be presenting it in the first presentation? Is it less than a few minutes?
Than 1 minute.
It should be about 3 minutes, 2 minutes, but if it's too long, I can still maybe share pictures.
All right. Yeah, I think you can send it to by email to Evelyn and Didier. Parce que Didier, en fait, Didier will be the one who will be playing it when you speak. Right, Didier?
Awesome.
Yeah.
In the screen
Awesome.
share.
I can, but you have, wait, sorry.
Looks like it's only me without content to share.
Pardon?
It's like it's only me without content to share. No video, no nothing, no presentation. Everyone seems like they've
No,
submitted
I
something.
asked not to have because I prefer to have a. Yeah, I asked to have like just a dialogue and a conversation, but we had like some last minute requests of people who want to share content. So if you have like last minute content to share, it's okay.
Nope.
I personally prefer just to have, you know, to share with your heart and soul. But if you have like a couple of images that you want to share, Monsef really wanted to share slide. Okay, they're there, so we can actually. Hi, Monsef. Hello, Monsef. Welcome. Do you hear us? Do you have the ability to turn on your camera? The idea is really to check if we all have our cameras at the same time and everything works. It's like a quick check-in. So let us know. And I think we lost Brian.
Asma, I have just one question about time, really, because I lose between OTC 1, because you say right now that we have the meeting after 1 hour. It's after 1 hour or 2 hours?
In which country are you?
Morocco.
Okay, so it's West African time.
I think right now it's 10:43.
I mean, it's complex. What time is it now? Morocco is a bit complex because
it's
sorry.
10,
is it 11?
Yeah.
10:40. Yeah. So for you, you have to come back here in at 12:40 in 2 hours. Sorry, not 1 hour.
Okay.
12:30. 2 hours.
Not 12:30. Now you can see me actually. It's the cam. Does it work?
Hi, Monty.
The camera and the audio.
Yeah, we see you and we hear you, so it's perfect.
Okay, that's cool. And where is Hedi? It's not with us. Let me text him.
It's also great to. Oh, sorry, I'm mistaken. You will start with everyone, right? At 11:30.
Asma, so I have a question.
Yes.
Yes. So according to the program, the walk-in is at 11:30, but the sessions are already on.
Sorry, I don't know. Monsef, could you? Yeah, I don't know if everybody's muted except Philippe because I cannot hear him. So yeah, as a guideline for our conversation, when someone speaks, everybody else should be muted, and then you can unmute yourself when you speak, so we don't have any background noise, etc. It's as smooth as possible. So Philippe, can you ask your question again, please?
Yes, I was asking that according to the program, the walk-in is at 11:30, and then we have a performance at 12. Does that mean the sessions are already on?
The session, our session, or like the sessions in general?
Not our session. I mean the African Crossroads kickoff.
Yeah, the African Crossroads starts. It starts in 1 hour. So start at 11:30 West African time, and then our session is 1 hour after the beginning of the conference. So I don't know if I have the program I can share with you very quickly here as a screen share, or maybe you have it, Didier, the different Zoom rooms.
Yeah.
Everybody has clarity.
I can share my screen if it's okay.
Thanks a lot. And yeah, Philippe, if you have like a last minute visual that you want to share, please do so in the first round of discussion presentation.
Okay.
If not, it's also perfectly fine.
Did you see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, can see it.
Yes, sure.
So we are
Yeah.
Thursday.
Oh yes. So yes.
You see
African
that the
kicks off in
walk-in.
1 hour, I think.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Exactly. It kicks off in an hour, and then in the walk-in, it's just everybody walking, and there is a recording, video, like a album music recording to welcome everyone slowly for the arrival, and then we'll have a performance, and then the welcome and the introduction for the conference. So you're most welcome to, of course, join this before our session. We have like some exercises to connect together, and yeah.
And
That's
then
it.
your session is here. This room. And then you can continue.
Hello, Mamadou.
Mm. Is it clear for everyone?
Yes, it's clear. I think. But when the stories from African Cross Network will start, it will start at this hour and one by one.
What do you mean?
At 12:45.
So at 11:30 West African time, everything starts. So we welcome every participant, speakers, viewers, everyone comes here. Then we have introduction, music, walk-in, and then at 12:45, there are different sessions that start in different rooms. And yours starts in the room called Stories, which is
in the room.
So you.
And to ensure that everything is good and all our camera is on just before the session, we are meeting at 12:30 West Africa time, so 15 minutes before the start of our session. Just like turn your, make sure that you're well connected and safe and sound. And so when it is 12:45, we just kick in the session.
So everyone will be directed he will be in the room directly from the administrator. They will put him in the right room to hear the session, because I have a friend of mine from the African Crossroads, Shakira from the Netherlands, and she want to participate and to hear more about our project. So I don't know how the organization. Everybody will hear the stories here, or?
Yes. So basically, Monsif, there are like two ways that the conference is streamed. We have this Zoom call, so we will be here together, and then people who have registered. So we have like 150 people who registered to the conference to be part of the Zoom room. So they will not speak, but they will like be part. They will be part of this same Zoom room. And then on the African Crossroads, the website, there is a YouTube channel of African Crossroads that will stream all the different rooms. So our room will also be live streamed on YouTube for people who are not in the Zoom room. So your friend can, you can either share with her the link to the Zoom room, or just the African Crossroad website, and tell her to go to room 4 and on the YouTube channel of African Crossroads. I don't know if Didier you can put the link maybe of the YouTube channel, if that's possible.
Yeah, the link, please, Didier.
I will share you different links.
Yeah.
This link is.
Or you can, yeah, exactly. Or you can.
5 minutes.
You can, and Didier will be the one who shared the screen.
Yep. Can I stop my screen sharing because I don't see anyone?
Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
And you want the YouTube for? Yeah, I will share with you all the YouTubes.
Hello, good morning.
Hello.
Good morning, Laban. Good morning, Asma.
Good morning, Mamadou. How are you?
I'm good. I'm Mamadou from Sierra Leone, the partner of Monsif Borajib, who was with you just now.
Yes, sweet, perfect. We're
Nice
just
background.
as a recap. We are just doing like a check-in to see if everybody's video and sound is working. During our panel session, the rules are that everybody has their camera on, and when you don't speak, you're muted, so there is no background sound, pretty much like now. And then Didier will be sharing the visuals for some of you that wanted to share the visuals. And so if there is a last minute content that you would like us to share during the first presentation, so the first 5 minutes introduction of yourself and the project,
it's now.
You can quickly share it now, now or never. And otherwise, just with your voice and engagement should be enough, because the idea is really to have a conversation and engage people. Kindly share it, please.
Great.
But again, it shouldn't be like more than a 2 minute. If it's like a video, not more than 2 minutes, and if it's a visual, not more than 4 or 5 slides, if you have slides, like Monsef and Mamadou shared with us something, and otherwise your story is more than enough.
Is there any other question?
Yes. Are we waiting for 12:30 West African time?
That's well, Asma.
Here, no. After this, sorry. Once we now that we checked everything, we just you can leave the room and come back here at 12:30 West Africa time, just before our session. And in the meantime, in a little bit more than half an hour, in 40 minutes, the African Crossroads will start in the main room, which is the forum. So
you have the link in the chat.
That we shared in the chat. So the forum room is where everything happens. Yeah, link to main room for the walk-in. So it's not 45 minutes, it's 40 minutes now, but pretty much the same information.
Have you shared the link to the main
yes,
room?
It It is in the chat.
Okay.
Yeah, Didier just send it again. And there is a password for 20, that is 2020 when you enter the main room. So yeah. I don't know if you have any question or anything to add, but if not, you're welcome to check out, and we'll see you in half an hour in the main room.
Okay, thank you. See you later.
Thank you. See you later.
J'arrive pas à couper le son sur.
Ah, voilà, mon sac, elle est partie. J'étais comme, bon.
Ok.
Et là, on a du coup les autres personnes avec qui on doit faire le check. N'est-ce pas?
On devrait.
Non, n'est-ce pas?
Dans 5 minutes.
Dans 5 minutes. Du coup, je vais juste me faire un thé parce que je coupe ma caméra.
M'en préparer un, s'il te plaît.
Didier?
Yeah. Je suis là.
Non, c'était juste pour checker qu'il n'y avait personne. Je pense que normalement, c'est Liquid Telecom qu'on teste. Donc, je ne sais pas s'ils vont être là, honnêtement, pour le test. Mais bon.
Si on va, pardon?
Je ne sais pas s'ils vont être là.
Je peux lui demander.
Est-ce que tu me vois? En même temps, c'est pas important que tu me vois.
Non, je vois rien. Toi, tu me vois?
Oui, moi, je te vois.
Je vais partager mon écran, du coup, je vois rien.
Est-ce que tu enlèves ton partage d'écran, comme ça, je vois s'il y a un problème avec ma caméra. Ah, bon. Tu devrais me voir.
Ouais, je te vois très bien.
Super.
J'appelle notre ami de Liquid. Enfin, c'est pas Liquid, c'est Ludic Works.
The view, yes.
So I believe if you switch the view on the host computer, it will show a different view. So you can pin people, and you can leave it down to the person who's speaking to be on the main one.
Okay, good. Let me just hear the people speak. Olusegun, please let's test your microphone.
Yeah. Morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tushar?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. A bit of echo on your end.
I'm in a very... Okay, I'll move to another room.
But anyway, if you'll have a different room at the time, that's fine.
That was the room I wanted to be in. Let me try this side here instead.
Let's hear you.
Hey people, it's afternoon in Kenya, so good afternoon. I hope you can hear me.
Now, right? Yes, that's better. Yes, that's better. Good. So I think Samantha, we are the only person on the call is the only person I don't have on the call is Jose, and I think that he might get ready. He's indicated that on the WhatsApp. And I shared the questions that we had discussed them on the email for all the panelists. And as I had mentioned before, that we have about 60 minutes, so we will try to be short and and I will direct the questions depending on how the conversation goes. The capabilities of the partner. And unless there's any other question, light on your back, sorry, on your camera. Your backdrop is not very friendly. Half of it is a window. Is it possible to change?
Is that me or is that Sandra? Sandra, right.
And actually, I haven't had Sandra speak.
She's very protected. Hello. Greetings. Hey. How are you doing? Yes. What are you saying? What's up with my background, right?
It's burning our eyes. The window.
Burn your eyes. I'm in a library. 32. So is that better?
Yes, but I'll really see half of it.
Now I have to be like an angle.
A little bit of window. Light on your...
Yes. Any news from them? Mais sinon, je pense que s'ils se pointent juste 15 minutes avant la fin, c'est bon.
Okay.
I reckon, comme dit.
Ça marche. J'ai parlé avec lui hier, donc ça devrait être bon.
Ouais, bon, très bien. Voilà, non, il faut juste espérer que tous les gens qui se sont inscrits viennent.
Ouais, ça c'est sûr. Et qu'ils soient à l'heure, quoi. Le problème, c'est toujours que même ce matin, il y avait plein de questions sur l'horaire, tu vois. Et tous les gens se confondent dans les horaires, etc. Il y a déjà du monde dans la salle.
Ah, bonne nouvelle. C'est des gens, c'est des speakers qui testent.
Ouais, bon, mais ça fait du monde quand même.
Ça fait du monde, ça fera du monde pour la documentation. Et ça, pour le coup, c'est le vrai, ouais, je sais pas, c'est le vrai challenge de en faire des conférences sur Zoom et des trucs sur Zoom parce que les gens s'inscrivent et puis en dernière minute, ils viennent pas. Et moi, la vérité, moi aussi, je fais ça, tu vois. Il y a plein de trucs où je me suis... Est-ce que t'es overbooké? Parce que du coup, c'est... Ouais. Mais bon, l'important, c'est qu'on le fasse et les gens qui veulent venir viennent. Voilà.
Il n'y a pas d'effort à faire, du coup. Tu as juste appuyé sur un clic.
Ah non, c'est ça.
Les gens doivent être un peu fatigués aussi après une année entière.
Ouais, mais... Attends, je vais juste checker ma connexion.
Ouais, j'en prie.
Ok, donc du coup, on peut, je sais pas si tu, du coup, tu laisses, vu qu'il y a un live stream sur notre, sur notre salle,
Je vais remettre
tu
la
laisses.
diapo.
Hmm?
Je vais remettre la
Juste
diapositive.
Ouais, c'est ça. Mettre la diapo et moi, je vais enlever ma vidéo et me mute.
Ok.
Et voilà. Et basculer sur l'autre salle. Enfin, je suis toujours sur l'autre salle.
All right.
À tout de suite.
Est-ce que tu peux juste me dire ce que tu
Ouais,
vois?
ouais, ouais.
Et tu
Ouais,
vois...
pour l'instant. Ouais, je vois Reimagining the Pan-African Dream. Alles gut.
Et tu vois avec
Perfect.
les boutons rouge, jaune, vert ou juste l'image?
Les boutons rouge, jaune, vert, non, ça, je vois pas.
Non.
Ah, si. Non, non, si, je vois.
Là.
Je vois. Tu peux pas la... Ouais, parce que sinon, tu dois le mettre en plein écran, en fait.
Comme ça. Ça, c'est
Ouais.
mieux?
Alors, attends, le temps que ça arrive chez moi, ça prend un peu de temps.
Ah.
Ouais, là, c'est top.
Ok, ben, on laisse comme ça.
Voilà. Super. Merci.
Ok. Bon, ben, on va dans la salle principale.
Ouais, ça marche. À tout de suite.
Okay.
Je regardais juste un message de Nick que ça. Tout de suite.
everyone.
I see you joining. Thank you. Quite a few.
Hey everyone.
Hi Didier. Hi everyone. So I'm I'm gonna be your moderator. I think it's just us for now. I don't know if we're gonna wait like a few minutes before starting, while all the people who want to join manage to find the rooms and the links and etc. and navigate Zoom, basically.
Greetings from Nairobi. Greetings from Nairobi, Kenya.
Greetings. I hope everyone is doing well. We have 14 people, which is great. We still have 2 minutes before we start. So yeah, if you want to also type in the chat where you're coming from or where you're joining from, so we know where we are and who we have, and then we'll kick off the session. All right. I think we can start. Diani, oh, I was in Diani Beach just after the African Crossroads last year. I took a few days for myself, and that was lovely. So Amsterdam, Tunis, Eswatini, Uganda, Byron Bay, Sierra Leone, Diani. It's quite a nice group. Sweet. So welcome everyone. Well, I'm still Asma. I haven't changed since the forum room, but I'm wearing another hat in this session as a session that we are here together is quite a big session because we have about 6 different projects here, and the purpose and the idea of this session is to share the different stories from the people here who, like me, benefited from a collaboration grant from African Crossroads, and to hear about what we created, the challenges we had, the highlights of our journey. And for this, instead of introducing each speaker myself, as Sukaina did it, I would like to ask all of you to introduce each other. So, and before that, I'm just going to also introduce myself and the project that I did. So I benefited from a collaboration grant as well with Ayo. I don't know if he's here.
Ayo from Nigeria, and we created a series of performance art video around energy healing and decolonizing the body, where we actually did, oh, cool, cool background, Didier, where we actually did a series of Zoom performances because of COVID. So we had people connecting, and I was performing and healing people all over the world. And we made a video out of it, and we'll be super happy to share that with you. And it was really beautiful but challenging, and so I can only I'm really excited to actually hear about the different stories from Adinko, Greenoby, Abdullah, Leila, Mamadou, Monsef, and Philip. And so I'm gonna ask you for now, for the next half an hour, to all tell us a little bit more about yourself and about your project. And so we are gonna start with Leila, if you want. So Leila lost her business at the start of the pandemic, and this is when she decided to become a podcast maker. And so Leila, can you tell us a little bit more about you and your experiences along this 8 months journey?
Yes, I did not completely lost my business, thankfully, but it's struggling, just like a lot of people in the Medina of Tunis. So my name is Leila Bengesem. I have a business in the historical urban part of Tunis, which is called Medina. And when the call came out, I was in lockdown at home. And of course, I was very worried about my family, but more worried also about the salaries and all the business that I had to close down for 2 months. But then I realized that I was much better off than a lot of other artisans around me in the Medina. A lot of artisans started calling and saying, you know, I cannot pay rent, I'm gonna leave, I don't know what to do, can you give me space to put all my stuff, I have to leave my workshop. So it was then that I got the idea to apply. And with Hivos, I think the most creative people unite under the Hivos logo. And whenever I apply, I feel I'm not creative enough and old. So I thought I'm gonna make a podcast and tell the stories of all these struggling artisans and let them speak about themselves, about their love for what they do, about their ancestral craft that they're trying to preserve, and just tell their stories and bring it out there so people become empathetic and help sustain their businesses. So this was the idea. I was very lucky it got accepted. And then it was a big roller coaster, which I'll tell you about later in the next question.
Thanks a lot, Leila. It's yeah, a lot of us had quite a lot of challenges during this year, and it's gonna just keep going and going. But since we're talking about sharing stories, maybe Philippe, would you like to share a little bit more about your project? Philippe here developed a series of practical guide for online activists, from data privacy to WhatsApp meetings and much more. So would you like to share a little bit more about it and how it helped you and people in your community, and how it can also inspire us maybe?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Asma. And thank you everyone for joining us. I'm glad I can see some faces from Mombasa last year, and I'm happy.
Philip, I'm sorry, I'm going to cut. Do you have maybe a way to, yeah, I think we were hearing you better, much better.
Thank you. Thank you everyone for joining us. I'm glad I can see some faces from last year from Mombasa. And I'm happy everyone is fine, Didier and other people. My name is Philip from Uganda. I'm with Policy. So I must say, with the Community Resilience Funds, I think it was very timely, thanks to the Hivos and the African Crossroads, because for Uganda, the situation was worrying. And like Asma mentioned, as Policy, we were creating lots of material for online activists, but also human rights defenders offline, because working with them even before the pandemic, you could see they were really struggling getting online and doing work and advocating. So when the pandemic came in, I think it made a worse situation worse, for lack of a better word, because we noticed lots of human rights activists were going offline, and that's mainly because they didn't have the necessary digital skills. And this is the time, as a country and for other neighboring countries, you will bear me witness that we had so many human rights violations going on. So as policy, we supported lots of activists and human rights defenders throughout the past 6 to 8 months. And honestly, I think it was a very big success. So yeah, like I'll share with you later on as we proceed. I think it was a big success, and thank you to the Crossroads and Vivos. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. I would like to hear a little bit more about Abdallah and your journey into sound. So we had someone try to make a podcast and going still in the digital world. Abdallah had sound documentation projects and reflected on how sounds are coming and going in life and why and how they should be documented. So Abdallah, I don't know, I would love to hear a little bit more about yourself and about this project.
Yeah, hello tout le monde. I'm really happy to be with you all, and thank you, Asma, for this first presentation, and thank you also for Evos to bring us all together to share our experience, to share our work. Donc me, I am Abdallah Hassak. I'm from Casablanca and Marrakech and Tangier from Morocco. I work a lot between, I live and I work between Marrakech, Casablanca, and Tangier, these three cities. I am a sound artist, new media, music project, producer, manager, and engineer in new technology. And maybe I can see also I am archivist, reactivist about sounds in generally. My research is explore the process of like participative work with people to create some archive and to create some new reflection about the relation between social and geography. And right now in this project, I have a new project. It's called Mahatat Radio. This project is like to bring a new experience to people to think about city and to think about memory. And in this project, I'm working right now about a solution of mapping sounds to give like a new solution for anthropologic people or sociologic people to do like research in a relation with geography and to make some archive in this platform. In this project, I received funding from EVOS for this year, and right now we are working for a new publication, like a small book with some tapes about like to bring some new reflection about geography, but from soundscape, like the identity of sounds from a specific place. Also in my work, I play music and I make DJing and I produce music, and I work a lot about like this transformation of traditional music to contemporary sounds. Right now, I am more focused in a new project called Gadra Gadra. It's like a project to exploring some tribal polyrhythm music from Africa and to create it with some new contemporary arrangements. Yes, thank you.
Thanks a lot. That sounds super interesting. And I'm reading in the chat Diego's comment. Indeed, feel free to share any links to the projects you're talking about, internet links, podcast, Facebook, WhatsApp, so we can also visualize it and share it together. we're still with the sound as it's like a core theme of our day. And Hadinko and Greenoby, I would love for you to bring us in the right mood with your production and tell us a little bit more about your project. Are you here?
Yes.
Right.
Hello. Hi everyone. My name is Brian. I hope you're all well. My name is Brian. I am the founder of Greenoby, and me and Hadis came together. Actually, we met in Mombasa, and from his performance actually led to what is to come. An amazing experience, a journey. But basically, my field, Greenoby, is basically green design and strategy. So when I talked with Hadis, he had seen the first prototype we had tried to master with a satellite dish that collects energy and cooks with heat. But now Hadis gave me a problem. He told me that his instrument, the strings which are called the chords, normally give him a hard time when it goes to different environments. So when he traveled to Mombasa, after he played, he couldn't play his instrument. It wasn't as the sound lost its tune because the string, because it is made of a horsehair, it's get affected by humidity. So he came with me with a challenge of whether I could innovate or think of something to fix this or come up with a solution. So during this search, I realized that in Kenya, we have similar instruments, such as hadises. I chose three cultures, which are the Luo, the Kamba, and the Swahili. They all have instruments which are very similar. And what makes all these instruments similar is that they have this chord. The chord is what brings about the chordophone journey. The documentary, which me and Hadis collaborated in, thanks to Hivos, is a journey of me going to these different cultures, investigating their music, what type of instrument they have, and does it sound like Hadis's? Is the interpretation of this instrument similar to Hadis's? So it was Kenya meets Ethiopia, and it's an amazing musical journey. We made a lot of friends, a lot of synergies came along, a lot of development. Terms such as Afro centricism came about. I kept on learning. I mean, life is just a journey. You just keep on grasping and learning. But all I can say is that the documentary is very entertaining, informative. A lot of young people actually are going to benefit from it because, especially with this COVID, there are a lot of challenges. I mean, all the challenges you keep on hearing, but I'm excited to share it with you. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much. And I saw that Abdullah has shared his link. Maybe we can listen to it a little later, because you're all much faster than expected. You can take a little bit more time. We still have quite some time to talk about. It's in Tunsi. All right. Yeah. Leila share her podcast as well. So we have a last introduction before we dive in a little bit more detail, and that's from Mamadou and Monsif. And so the link between Greenoby, who's designing with a green aspect, an innovative aspect. We go a little bit further as Monsif and Mamadou share the same passion for agriculture and the mission of revaluing crops. Actually, I'm also super interested on a personal level because I've been learning permaculture and sustainable living and how to regenerate soils here in Australia. So I would be very curious about your approach to bring undervalued crops to the market, and how could this approach be replicated in other contexts. I think Monsif and Mamadou have prepared a little slideshow. So I don't know if Didier, you can share it, and maybe you can, yeah, perfect. So the floor is yours. Feel welcome to say a little bit more about yourself and the project.
No, that's nice. Hello everyone. So my name is Monsef, and I'm from Tunisia, and I collaborate with, for the first time actually, with the country from Africa, which is Sierra Leone. It's like a good and very interesting and amazing collaboration that we had to experience through the last 6 months together with Hedi. Actually, my social enterprise here is a fair trade organization that work mainly with artisans in Tunisia, and we try to help them to innovate and also to export their products worldwide. So our main knowledge was during the 5 last years in the craft industry, and this project helped us to explore a very different and totally different field, which is farmer, that we was also interested in, but we didn't have any opportunity to go and to discover this field. Can you go to the next slide, please, Didier?
Is it this one?
The next one, please.
The one. This one?
I think
we just see the first slide.
I think we just yeah, in the first one maybe.
Perfect. Okay.
Yeah, the second. Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah, I think it's about this one exactly. So we was mainly on the craft industry, and we work with artisans who do wonderful carpets, olive wood products, and products based on vegetable fibers. And yeah, during the COVID, we had a lot of problems actually. Like Madame Laila said already, it was a mess, and artisans was unable, most of them was unable to open their workshop, etc. But actually during the COVID, we had a project for carpet to custom make a good amount of carpet for a client, and after that to export them. But the problem was actually to source raw material and to distribute it to the artisans, because even the company who have the raw materials was not able to work, and the artisans had no stock of raw material, and there is a travel ban between cities in Tunis during the first wave of COVID. So we had a delay, and it was a mess of reorganizing and rescheduling. So we go through this, but we managed finally to be on time and to have this product exported actually to the Netherlands. So it was really good. Because the day when the order was prepared, we had to go to a rural region in Tunisia and to eat couscous in the house of the artisans. And we was really actually happy to manage to be on time. So can you go to the next slide, please? And I give the word to Hedi to present his organization and talk.
Hello, good everyone. Because of time, I wish Didier continue to share the file. I'm Mamadou Hadiso, the CEO of a local-based, community-based organization, Basically Academy, which focuses on skill training. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes,
yes.
Mohammed, it's fine. You're on time. Just keep going. No worries about my message.
Yes, I'm the CEO of Ibis Skill Academy Sierra Leone, which focuses on skill training for young people, agricultural development through marketing of agricultural products and local-based business activities. I was part of the African Crossroads 2019, and after which I collaborated with the MONSIP to write a sustainable online market project. We got the funding from HIVOS and we implemented it, and MONSIP's organization Qatar was the lead partner. I was the partner. The project aims to promote local products from Tunisia and Sierra Leone by focusing on working with vulnerable communities or regions that are working on these products to promote and help them to achieve a ready online market for their product. And for Sierra Leone, we chose cacao, coffee, and cashew nut. And for Tunisia, there was olive oil, dates, and orange. And the objective was that to assess strategies to promote online marketing of produce, understand the challenges associated with online marketing of produce, and draw up solutions to those products, examine possibility of introducing online marketing, and assessment of the impact of COVID-19 on the activities of the grassroots farmers in the Soviet community. Can Didier show the next photo? Didier, are you here?
Do you see it now?
Go ahead. The next photo.
Yeah.
The next.
Next one. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, I think. The next. Well, these were the three sectors we worked on. This was for olive oil, date, and citrus. Can you go to
yeah.
the next one?
So for these three sectors in Tunisia, actually we choose the olives and olive oil, dates, and citrus because we know already that those are the main one that provides products for export, and we choose the main ones and the largest ones to search and to understand, because the approach was really to understand via the market analysis and to implicate experts and specialists and organizations that know very well these three sectors, collect from them knowledge through the market analysis, because we didn't had, as I mentioned, we was in craft industry, and we don't really know how the farming and the industry goes. So through the market analysis, we was able to go deeply and to understand those three sectors in Tunisia, and also to understand the other three sectors in Sierra Leone, because even the plan that we made, me and Hedi, was shared between us to replicate the same approach. So for example, for the market analysis, we had the same goals. Yeah.
I will just ask you to wrap up quickly, because as I mentioned, to be fair with everyone, and we have everyone and more questions to come around the project. If you're also welcome to share a little bit more in the other questions we have, but it's really really cool project. And yeah, basically, if you want to just say a little last sentence before we move to the challenges, because I saw that Philip also shared his project. Go ahead.
Yeah. So actually, after this, we had to go for a series of workshops and interviews with persons who are implicated in this sector and in this industry. So for Mamadou, from his side, he managed to do workshop for cacao and for cashew and for coffee. And we, from my side in Tunisia, we had a series of interviews with experts and farmers in the field. And after that, we moved to implement all the data that we gathered, and we create products file in the Carthage platform, and we shared some blogs, articles about the project that we was managing, and we will be happy actually if you can go to the website and to
Thank you,
read
Monsef.
from us. Yeah.
Thank you, Monsef. It would be very helpful actually if you can share the website in the chat as well, just as Philippe did. And thanks a lot for all your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Asma.
Yes. And yeah, please remind yourself.
Thank you.
And yeah, I wanted to, we kind of like briefly touched upon how the current pandemic and situation had an impact, and especially on the collaboration grant. And I would love to hear a little bit more about the main challenge you had to overcome beyond COVID. Of course, it can be a part of it, but also as part of the collaboration, because it's never easy, and especially when we don't get to see each other's life in real life. But I actually see a lot of amazing project and creation, even for Leila, who had to challenge herself and overcome that. So Philippe, if you want to start as well by sharing a little bit more, and how what was the main challenge you actually faced during the project?
Thank you so much, Asma, and thank you so much for sharing that wonderful project, Monsef and the colleague. Interesting. So back to Uganda, and like I mentioned to you earlier, so there was lots of things going on. Of course, the pandemic, people have to, keep working, but also they're battling issues, fear, stress, and all these mental health challenges. And among all that, there's so many impediments. So for us, during the implementation of this project, one of the main challenges we sort of had to go through and handle was the connectivity challenges. So considering that all of our activities were online, okay? So we had tutorials, we had WhatsApp workshops, we had Zoom webinars. So for us to bring in WhatsApp workshops, we thought WhatsApp was the easiest platform for people to use. So we used to form WhatsApp groups, and then we had the topics. We would market and say, today we're talking about digital security. How do you ensure digital security while you're remote working? How do we introduce issues like how do you use data visualization in communicating results and project results when you're keeping home? And also we had elements like how do you collect data, digital data collection without really physically being in someone's space or moving. Because there was a lockdown and nothing really was going on. People were supposed to base online and based on the internet to do most of their work. So like I said, the challenge was internet connectivity. I think, so for most of our audience, I think 91% of our audience was from Africa. And I'm glad to say we had several people from across the world, but 91% of our audience was from Africa. And I think as Africans, as a Ugandan, one of the main challenges we still grapple with till date is internet connectivity, affordability, accessibility. So as an organization, it is challenging for us when we keep advocating for people to digitalize their working processes and go digital, and pushing the digital gospel. Yet as a country, there are still impediments like the OTT tax. So in Uganda, for someone to use the internet or to access the internet or to even access basic services like WhatsApp, you need to pay a daily tax. So what that means is that when you buy data bundles, they cannot work. You cannot access WhatsApp, you cannot access Facebook, you cannot access Twitter, unless you buy, again, you pay taxes. So the conversation of connectivity again comes up. So, and like I've said, for a country like Uganda that has an internet penetration of only 42%, I think we can't afford such things like OTT, because we still have a long way to go to get people digital, to get everyone to go digital, for people to use digital tools in their businesses. So that was one of the very main challenges, that it was internet connectivity. But also, like I mentioned earlier on, considering that most of our population was coming from across the world, what that means is that, of course, we did a survey. As an organization, we are so much vested into data. So most of our projects that we work on are data informed, okay? So we carried out a survey and found out now during the pandemic, what are the needs of the people? What kind of skills do they need to shift online, okay? And some of the answers that came up: how do we organize successful online events? Other people are asking for skills in data visualization, in graphics, skills in collecting data online, such things. So you realize that there was so much needs, and we couldn't give priority really on what to handle and what not to handle. So that was also a challenge, responding to. So when you have a diverse community that you're supposed to serve, there's so many that comes in, there's so much needs that come in, and I think one of the challenges was trying to tailor the content to match each segment's needs, because we had people with different physical abilities. We had people, so if we did content on WhatsApp, we had to realize that, well, there's some people who can't see content, but they would be interested in, getting this content, and that means we had to put out audio-visual content for those that couldn't see the content but also wanted to listen to the content. So that was another challenge really. So just those two, so connectivity for us, but also serving the needs of the people. And I think lastly, one also of the main challenges was getting people to appreciate online, okay? So people were used to the in-person engagements, so convincing people that online events could as well be valuable, just like online events was also a challenge. But I think I'm glad to say that by the time we finished some of our activities, people had actually appreciated and numbers had grown up, and we got some really positive feedback. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, Philip. That was very helpful. You shared in the chat some visuals. Maybe we can show them in the screen share, or like maybe if there is some time at the end, or I invite people to go check them themselves. Yeah, it's here. Did you share that? So if anyone wants to know a little bit more, this is it. So thanks a lot, Philip. I wonder if this, to me, this challenge of like connectivity and talking to different people resonate a lot. I don't know who wants to spontaneously answer as they resonate as well with this challenge. Otherwise, I will ask Leila. I see Brian shaking his head. Did you? Oh, maybe not. So yeah, to me, Leila was one of the one who had also quite a lot of challenge on this. So if you want to share quickly a little bit more, and yeah, what was this main challenge you overcame as well?
So in the beginning with the podcast, the idea was to interview or highlight stories of artisans around us in the community. And then in trying to do that, I felt that when they talk about themselves, they don't do themselves just sometimes. They're artisans, they're busy producing items, and they're not into selling themselves. So I did not feel that was the right approach. So I decided to try and develop the story myself, and then record it. And in doing that, it was really strange hearing myself trying to talk about someone else, and it felt very wrong. somehow I felt that my ego was there and it was not exactly maybe what they wanted to say, and I did not feel it was right. And I shared it with some friends, and they also felt, you know, that it was not the right way to do it. And then a friend proposed that he develops an animation video with the voice, so that you can watch it on YouTube instead of a podcast, and then you can see an animation video which tells more. But then with the animation video, he said you cannot do half an hour; it has to be 5 minutes. And then in condensing the story in 5 minutes, I had to really select the best sentences possible, and really and maybe step backwards and talk about a whole community of artisans, not just one person. And that took a long time to develop, so that for it to be to have the impact I wanted to have on the really threatened, if I may say, artisan community around us in the Medina of Tunis. And then it took a long time for the animation video to come out, but then the deep meanings and feelings that I was expressing through my voice was not really translated properly in the animation. And when you look at the animation, you're more focused at following the cartoon and not really listening. And then I went back to the original idea, because finally the way it came out, after I think it took me 2-3 months to select really words and reread and listen to myself, but also get ideas from other people. And then, in fact, it was a friend who told me, but you have deep meanings in what you're saying. Why complicate life with an animation? So I thought I will stick to the original idea, and try to maybe translate or write it and combine it with a blog. And finally, it's just, and I have to say, it has never happened to me that the project took so long to execute, and it was almost traumatizing to go from one step to the other, and trying to find the best way to execute. So finally, it's a podcast channel on SoundCloud, and there's more to come, I hope. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Leila. That's super inspiring, and I resonate a lot. In a previous job, I actually was overseeing a production of an animation series, a cartoon, and it's just a nightmare. So congratulations on like the evolution of and how, yeah, I find it very inspiring how you just use the challenge to actually create. And I don't know if for Brian, was it does it resonate with you, this sort of using the adversity to create more, and specifically in this context and in the pandemic context for your own project?
Yes, actually, definitely. Everything that has just been mentioned is also very similar to what me and Hadis faced, especially in the terms of like communication and like for me, dealing with artists have been a new challenge to me, because I really have to be patient. I really have to understand like when they want to just perfect what they have to do. And it's true, I mean, you cannot rush creativity. So working with them to collaborate, share a song, create a song, work with somebody else, something new, is always a bit of a challenge. But from this, me and Hadis managed to overcome this aspect. And I can even say from his side that he's got new fans on this side. He's created new bonds, because I can say that, especially in terms of communication, internet, Hadis in Ethiopia had been facing a few issues during this COVID period, when they also shut down the internet. Now, this was a big challenge because we had not talked for about 3 weeks, and I do not know how the project would go if we lose communication for like as long as a week, because of especially the deliverables and all that. But I'm so glad things managed to change. COVID made all the events close, no concerts, so no money for artists and musicians. So they all went back home. Especially for me here in Nairobi, looking for artists. Artists have relocated back to their home areas because there's no way for them to perform, and they haven't reached this digital age of where they can actually put their content on YouTube. But thanks to the collectives we have met and the synergies we've made, they are now able to now take a video, illustrate what they have, allow people to promote their videos just like Hadis. And my work as Greenobi was to build a case for Hadis. And that was very challenging, especially no artisans are working with us, COVID restrictions, cessation of movement, um, the ability to find these traditional instruments because you have to find them at the heart. They're not in the cities where I am or where the workshop I'm in, but I'm so glad at least thanks to Hivos, thanks to the cooperation, thanks to even the guidelines we've been getting, you just turn like what happened now to something better because it's a journey. The document is about 30 minutes. It will show at least a lot of the struggles. I had to document a bit of it just to make it feel more real. And even as an artist, even for Hadis, right now, his time zone, my time zone, he got married. By the way, I wish he was here. Wished him all the best. But yeah, so I've learned patience. I've learned something amazing came out so amazingly. I mean, thanks to patience, and I've learned also that. I think I've gone way past time, but yeah, basically, challenges were there, but diversity made it easier. The challenge was there. We did what we had to do. I'm excited to share the video. Probably after this, I can share the link. But yeah, I'm glad we all overcame this.
For sure. For sure. Thanks a lot, Brian. Didier has been sharing while you were sharing so honestly and deeply. You're sharing the different instruments. And yes, please do share the
those are the varieties.
Maybe Didier, we can. Yeah, perfect. Thanks. This I really enjoyed this conversation, and this is also why because I've also faced challenges, obviously, and we all had to adapt and be super innovative and creative, and with the context of the real life and the digital world, etc. But maybe now, as at the end, we did manage to make something out of the different obstacles. I would love to hear a little words as we approach to the end of our sessions. Just a couple of minutes each. More like the highlights of the collaboration journey and what actually made you smile. And I will start with Abdullah. I know, Abdullah, you didn't share your challenge, but you did share a little bit. So if you want to say in one word what was difficult, but also more specifically what was the highlight and what made you smile, we would love to hear that.
Yes, thank you, Asma. I don't know if my internet worked good. If you heard me, Miley.
We hear you. You also, Abdullah, you also shared his 2 links in the chat. I will put them again. Go ahead. We hear you well.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, for me, it's really a good question about this challenge in COVID or after or maybe in the future, because for me, during the COVID, it was really complicated to make my kind of project because most of them are based in human contact and contact with the territory. It's for this reason I started this new project of publication. It's called like an anthology soundscape. Like it's like a kind of project when I want to give a new question about the relation between geography and social during this experience of COVID. Because for me, everything we need to do it like all together. And I think first thing, my big challenge about in my life before everything, it was the fact of getting out my practice arts, like to make it outside from the place of exhibition or the wall of exhibition art, and from this moment I start to to look for new methodology or new practice in art, and to give it like to make it like more participatory and shareable with people, with document, with sounds, with archive, with platform, with everything. For me, I think art is not provide solution. It's like it's not something provide. Only some kind of people can look to this different art or like to buy it and to make it privately. For me, I think art is something material that.
Thanks a lot for sharing. I don't know if you hear me. I have to be a little bit keep being strict on time, but yeah, it is definitely a challenge that we all share. And if you want to say maybe as a closing word, and I will go through a round for everyone. Time goes super fast, but more really like positive highlight and what made you smile in like what actually you enjoyed about the project, like one highlight in one sentence, a couple of sentences each. And Abdullah, since I cut you, feel free to now switch to the positivity, so we finish on a nice note as we all benefited from it and we all move forward. So yeah, I'll be just 1 minute each, as we want to have a little bit of time for questions with people.
Yes.
All right. Philippe, would you like to start?
Oh, yes. Thank you. For me, I think the highlights of the collaboration and the program was, in terms of our project, was that over time, people got to appreciate and love the idea of using digital tools and embracing digital tools in their work. And I think from experience and from testimonies, we've seen many people that have benefited from our program. And even after the lockdown, people continue to use digital tools because, one, they're efficient, they make communication easy, and they're cost efficient, really. So for me, that was a highlight of the program. But I mean, generally for the African Crossroads, what really made me smile is that what began as conversations. I attended Mombasa last year, and for me, what began as conversations back home became into ideas that we implemented with partners. We were able to work with SEMA, and we met them in Mombasa, and there's so many more in the pipeline. So for me, I'm glad for the African Crossroads. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I see Monsef and Mamadou, if you also want to share about your highlight, maybe just one word about the challenge you faced as you kind of presented it in your presentation, but very briefly, a couple of sentences, one your challenge and two your highlight as the regarding the TikTok project.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, I'm about to go for the challenges we had. We have many, but because of time, I will just highlight few, the major ones. One of the challenges was the lockdown we had, and there was a travel ban. then June, so we had to waste some time before commencing the project, and we had also some issues with the farmers, like the internet connectivity and the accessibility to road network and the fluctuation of price. But what made me really smile was that the collaboration with my lead partner is now a strong relations between us from two different African regions. The project supervisors guide and collaboration to monitor the process also made me smile. The new collaboration with farmers and agriculture organization from here, and being part of few who had the opportunity to enjoy the collaboration grant. And finally, the final success of the whole project made me smile, Asma. Thank you.
Oh, that's really beautiful. Thanks a lot. I love this positive note, Leila. Now everybody's smiling. This is great. Leila, do you want to share what made you smile as well in the process of this podcast out of animation?
It's the whole journey has made me really think deeper in what I want to deliver, and it finally came out as a call for empathy. And I think what made me smile is the young people in the community who surprisingly heard the podcast and found it, even though I didn't make a lot of publicity so far. But they told me, we did not know that about our community, and it gives us hope. So I think that was the best thing. That was what made me smile.
Oh, that's really beautiful. Hope and nice surprises. Brian, would you like to go next?
Oh yes, sure. Well, for me, the highlight for me basically is that first of all, a lot of knowledge has been gained, and we're able to have a platform to share it. Another thing for me is that even as the challenges we faced with COVID, now in Grenoble, we also now shoot documentaries. So this has been a great start for something new. And the artists that we met, actually, especially the young people, now have a platform they can link with other artists so that they can pursue their musical journey aspect, because most come from musical families but do not have the information which can allow them to further their craft. They are led to, maybe when they finish music school, they just end up becoming either waiters or looking to do other businesses. But the energies, the synergies, there's a project coming up with Nairobi Design Week, the LDB. I shared some sounds with them, contributed some ideas. So a lot of energy has been in this project, and I mean, the collaborations have been amazing. So looking forward to giving you a teaser even of what the final outcome is for us as well. Can you imagine an electric Masenko? Hadis could be the first artist playing such an instrument. It's been an advancement, evolution, but let the documentary say the rest. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Super inspiring. I hope to see the first electric instrument. That would be really dope, especially from the African Crossroads communities. And Abdullah, if you want to have the last, what made you smile world and what you enjoyed what was the positive highlight of the project before we hand on for the last 5 minutes to the questions of the audience.
Yes, seriously, for me, what make me really happy and smiling in the work in generally, and it's exactly when I meet people and I work with people, not obligatory artists, with people in generally, and who are so motivated and actively participating in this kind of archiving or reactivate memory. For me, it's important this collective writing of our story, and also with different perspectives, because we live in the same place, but we live in different ways. And I think when we do it collectively and all people is engaged in this writing of story, I think it's really interesting. And also because we don't have this democracy to write my memory. And when I give it to people and people start to be more engaged, this moment I feel really a lot of happiness. Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for this like super interesting deep dive in the projects. I enjoyed my collaboration a lot and the friendship. Unfortunately, he's not here, but the friendship with Ayo as well that developed, and to see people who are, to hear the feedback from people. And I feel that all of us face the same challenges, even though we had different projects around all the world. So same challenges of going online, suffering with the connection, having to deal with artists and different obstacles, but being filled with joy. And when we manage to create with people, see their reaction, empathy, either young people or farmers or artisans and activists, etc. So yes, thanks a lot for sharing. We have after this session, we're going on a break. So we have like 5 minutes to take 1 or 2 questions from the audience to someone here. So I don't know. Thanks everyone for who listened. And I don't know if you have any questions to our awesome panelists and grantees. If you have a question, you can type it in the chat or raise your hand or unmute yourself. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No questions. All right. Well, then I don't know. Oh, a question. No? Okay, it's like the we're right on time. So I also want to thank you because there was a lot of people in this panel, and I'm like super happy that I learned a little bit more about your projects. I don't know if we have all the link, but if you want to post a last time, just each of you posting a last time your links if you haven't. I think there is someone mentioned a video. I don't know if there is, I think it was Brian, if there is the link to the video before we leave the call. And basically now we are all going on a 15 minutes break. And then we all come back to the, you can already come back to the main room, the forum. Didier put the link here in the chat. So we can all meet in the forum. We'll have again like some music and so and a little break where you can listen to music, stretch, see Sukaina, make some fun jokes, and then we'll go to the other sessions. So thanks a lot, everyone. You can unmute yourself to say bye, and I will see you now in the forum.
Bye, guys. Thank you.
Bye.
Congratulations. Thanks a lot.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
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 Yes, Mamadou, it's 15 minutes. But you can already go to the main room, to the forum.
time exists in a sense.
Hey, I'm back. Désolée, j'ai changé de... J'étais sur mon ordi, du coup, je suis revenue sur mon téléphone. Voilà.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hello, Douglas. This is Didier.
Hello.
Yes. Hello, Didier. Apologies for the delay. I'm ready to kick off.
Great. Perfect. We have a small delay with the rest, so it's perfect. You're right on time.
Okay. Unfortunately, my laptop has a technical hitch, so that video can't come on. But yeah, so it's not a disabled. Yeah.
So we'll just give few minutes more because now we are in a break, so everyone is in having a pause.
Okay.
And we will wait for them to come in this room, and then Asma will tell you when to start.
Okay, awesome. I do have my PDF ready. I just need the share screen support.
All right. You want to send it to me or?
Okay, let me just drop it in your WhatsApp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, Didier.
Hello, Mamadou.
Yes, I hope you enjoy the breakout room.
Yeah, I do. I'm in different rooms at the same time.
Okay, we are waiting for Asma to start the closing of today's program, which is the questions.
Sorry?
I said we are waiting for Asma, isn't it? And the others to join us.
Yeah, she's somewhere.
Okay. Nice for seeing you again after the 2019 edition.
Yeah, that was a long time, many months.
Yes, long time ago.
Nice to see you. And yeah, that was great to hear about your achievements, really. Congrats. Welcome back.
Welcome back, everyone.
I'm gonna wait a bit longer. I think people are still in a break because one session ended up a bit later than announced.
Yeah, you can feel free to stretch again or play one of the tunes and do some moves. I also need to wake up like past 12:30, midnight 30 for me.
Oh, wow.
So the vibe of the smile keep waking me up.
Do you guys hear that? That's something me and Hadis worked on.
No, we don't hear. I hear you, but not sound.
Oh, you don't hear the sound. Oh, okay. Just a second.
We should be starting momentarily. We're just waiting for our speakers.
Unfortunately, I can't connect. I'll just share it with the link.
All right.
I just wanted to check here. Mitua, I guess you're also here around, right?
Yes, I am.
Super, super. Feel free to start whenever you're ready, and if that's okay. Yeah.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I thought that was going to be some.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, protocol to this.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. So welcome everyone. My name is Peter Bitonga. Throughout Maveka and I will be
Didier, I think. Yeah. I don't know if we're still waiting for speakers. How's everyone doing? Holding up still?
This is video.
Yeah, I think we can start. Yeah, Brian.
Oh. Yeah, my link will just appear soon. Just downloading the link. You'll access in the chat.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think we can just. Well, so I think we can just start as everybody else is starting. So hello again, everyone. Some familiar faces from the previous session. So Didier, I'm not the moderator. I'm wearing my other hat of room co-host with Didier. So we also learn like to multitask with this COVID situation and conference situation. The session that we have today will be moderated by Douglas Ogetto or Ogetto. Please correct me if I'm mispronouncing your name. And it's about video gaming. It's quite an exciting topic as it's now a rapidly growing market in the continent, and more startups are springing up across the continent to produce game with local teams. And so, yeah, Douglas, do you want to introduce yourself and tell us more about it? And I don't know if you have visuals, but Didier should be able to share them. But yeah, yes. I see Douglas. I see your. I do not see your video, so it would be very helpful if you could turn your video on so people can interact more.
Apologies, Asma. It's more of a technical, my machine has a technical, so the video won't be able to go on. I apologize.
Hello?
Hello?
We hear them.
Hello? You can hear me?
I can hear you, yes. Yeah.
You can hear me? Hello?
Perfectly. Yes.
Okay,
We can't see you though.
Yes, apologies. It's more of our laptop technical, so it won't be able to go on. I apologize for that. But nevertheless, thanks, Asma. Happy to be here and looking to share more about the video games. Didier has my presentation. Happy to start when it's up. Awesome. Thanks a lot. So my name is Douglas Ogeto. I'm co-founder and CEO at Ludicworks. Ludicworks is Africa's leading video game publishing company, and we are happy to be here today because we believe in the African video game and esports ecosystem. Our role is to see how we can help video game developers on the continent with the publishing, and with that, we're able to provide support in marketing, distribution, and monetization of the games. So I'm going to start off, Didier, on the next slide. So, the African, many people hear about the video game industry, about esports, but they really do not know how big it is. So I'm happy to say that the video game industry is now worth over $160 billion. And also when it comes to esports, it's now worth over $1 billion USD. This is increasing by about 7.3% year on year. And it's estimated that this will reach, over 300, will reach by, become worth more than 300 billion US by 2025. Why this is exciting is that, there will be an estimated about 2.5 billion gamers around the world. And, this is a very interesting number for those who are looking to build the games. So, and Africa is not really left behind, because if you look at the key markets, Kenya, Egypt, Nigeria, South Africa, Tunisia, when you put some of these markets together, they're able to generate over 1 billion USD by itself. The market for games in Africa has risen from about 105 million to about 570 million over 4 years. So, being a game developer who's listening today, this is good, because if you're able to build a game, this is a market that you can be able to tap into. The beauty of the video game industry is that, it does have a big value chain, from retail to the consoles, to the content creators. So anyone who, these numbers are quite big, but, to break it down, it's able to combine games for mobile, games for PC, and also games for console. So, a developer has a number of options where they can be able to tap themselves into. So to bring this home, Didi, on the next slide, a number of people might be asking themselves, I'm a game developer, am I by myself, or is there an existing community? I'm happy to say that, there's now an Africa-wide ecosystem of game developers through the Africa Game Developers Community, spread across 18 plus African countries. If you look at the African landscape, there has been video game developers, only that most of them have been, working in their own silos. But over the last 3 to 5 years, most of these game developers have been connecting, with one another, and this has now led to, the African-wide ecosystem. On the next slide, please. So, are there any success stories from the continent? Yes, there are. Just like in the tech industry or any industry, it's important to see people who've gone ahead of you getting success, to be able to inspire the next generation.
So if you look at on my top right, there is a game, Shaka Zulu, by African Legends, which is by a studio from Ghana. On the right, there's a studio called Nyamakop, which built a game called Semblance. This was the first game from the continent to be put on Nintendo. Bottom left is Nuke Cockroach. This is a studio from Tunisia. And on my bottom right is a studio from Cameroon. So what this signifies is that there are already studios who are building world-class content on the continent. This kind of content is not just being, received here in Africa, but also being received across the world. If you look at Nyamako, being on the Nintendo console means that anyone across the globe can be able to receive it or download it or play it. Kiro, for example, also they secured a partnership with a film producer from the US who's looking to see how they can be able to produce a film from the game itself. So, these are some of the stories. Yes, it takes time. Depending on where you are on the continent, most of these game developers are self-taught. They didn't go to any formal school, but, with access to internet, they've been able to make do with what they have, and they've slowly been able to build global kind of content. On the next slide, please. So this is just a snapshot of our community here in Nairobi, learning one of the Unreal Engine. And this is actually, it happens now virtually, given that we've moved into a COVID era. And this, small communities are sprouting up across the country, across the continent, sorry, who are able to come together, learn from each other, and keep growing. So some of you might be wondering, what are some of the things that are aiding the growth of video games on the continent? Next slide, please. So for a lot of people who've never been on the continent, most people don't see Africa as having internet access infrastructure. Africa has one of the best connectivity, across the globe compared to other markets. Africa has been fiber ready for, the last 5-7 years. We do see that, in a number of countries, we do have fiber to the home. And, this is an advantage compared to other countries because, you're able to access internet from your home, use the same to upskill your content. But also for a game developer, why this is nice is because, if you're able to create content, it means that, anyone from their homes can quickly be able to, consume this information, whether it's a PC game, mobile game, etc. We do know that mobile data is perhaps not as affordable across the continent, but on the next slide, please. We also see, recently also Facebook has promised to put fiber connectivity across a couple of markets. So, what this will do in the future is that, the price of data will keep going down. So, with this will lead to, if I may call it, even distribution of access across the continent. We do know that Africa is a mobile-first economy. So, by anyone who's creating games, which are content by itself, means that, one will be able to generate the respective income. Games are not just for fun anymore. Games are a business like any other with a profit and loss. And this, with initiatives like this from Liquid Telecom, Facebook, and others, this will see how to increase connectivity and push content. On the next slide, please. So as a developer on the continent, why should you be excited? Are there any tools that are readily available for you? We do know that, for the longest time, a number of infrastructure access was not available to support developers. But, and also given that most of the games that are played are usually in the Google Play Store, but now we're seeing more platforms coming, being readily available that a developer can be able to monetize. On my left is Apple. Apple earlier this year was able to set up shop on the continent. What this means is that for any developer who's looking to build a game, you can be able to push it across different platforms, not just Google Play Store. We do know that revenue from the Apple Store is quite higher, and what this means is that a developer can build a game as long as you build quality. Someone is willing to pay for that content. On my right is a workshop that we did here in Nairobi by KaiOS. For those who do not know, KaiOS is the third largest phone operating system after Android and iOS. And what this means is that these are the feature phones. For those who do not know, feature phones are it's not a smartphone; it's just a simple phone. But what they've done is that from those simple phones, they've been able to create. The phones have no ability to connect to the internet, which means that now even those people that are below the pyramid can also be able to access the internet, as well as apps and services like those who have on the usual smartphones. So many opportunities and infrastructure are now being made available to developers. You can now build on iOS, you can build on Android, as well as you can now be able to build for the KaiOS ecosystem. Next slide, please. So, I've talked about infrastructure. I've talked about tools that have been have now been made accessible to people. But why should people be excited about where we are going over the next 5 to 10 years or 15? We're seeing new technologies that are coming. 5G. Some countries are already speaking about 6G. But also one needs to think about who is the person who will be consuming my data or my content that will be created. So Africa is if you look at the fastest growing economies, 2 of them are from Africa. We see Central Africa, which will be growing and also getting access to connectivity. And what this means, by 2025, Africa will have the largest youth under the ages of 25 years. So, Africa is slowly closing the gap in terms of access. We do have a big untapped market. And, this is the potential for many people. Next slide, please. So, I mentioned that Africa is a mobile-first economy. What are these numbers? So, we do have over 446 million people who have, mobile phones. And this is growing, day by day. On the next slide, we'll be able to see that, out of these numbers, 39% have access to smartphones. But of the 436 million, how many of this have access to the internet? This leads me to my next slide. So out of the 436, 239 of these have phones that have mobile internet access. And this is, potentially the total addressable market for anyone who's looking to, build a games and perhaps target mobile games. But not even though we're looking at building games, there's already consumer. What kind of impact do we expect from this? Next slide. We see, we see by the mere fact of having, if you just look at the mobile economy or the mobile ecosystem, you see we are able to see some of the impact of jobs created. So you can imagine, how much more will this be as we see more developers coming onto the continent, developing different kinds of, information. The beauty about the video games is that it's not just a one-man kind of initiative. Which a
lot of this control that we seem to have in the society that we live in. Oh, and also this is one of the ones that is inspired by
someone's mic,
because this is inspired very much by Blade Runner 2049. If you love that movie, I love it. Everything in that movie is just
Yeah, you can continue.
Okay. Oh, thanks a lot. So I was just saying having a video game studio is a good initiative because it's able to create employment, and we'll see this growing, over the next coming of years. Next slide. So for any young person, again, why should you be excited about video games? We do know that the gig economy is here with us. Most people, as we now move away from the 8 to 5 jobs, a lot of people are looking to Africa, away from India and China, for more affordable labor, increased tech-based product, as well as revenue. This is followed closely because of the increased demand for smartphones, cloud computing, online services, and also, the ability of mobile payment infrastructure. So, if you look at the big technology companies, if you're able to learn, let's say, Unity or Unreal Engine with some of these skill sets, you can be at your home, but basically connecting or doing jobs for, the developed countries. So this video games is, providing the future of work for anyone who's looking to see how they can further their skills. Next slide. So as I mentioned earlier, the video game industry is quite broad. If this is an organogram of a typical studio, for anyone who's looking to get into the video games, this is the kind of skill set that you will need to build a fully fledged studio, so that you can be able to create content. But also this, with my initial slide, is that this is actually able to create employment for a number of people. So, depending on your skills, a lot of people might think, hey, I do sound, hey, I do illustration, do I have a place, or is there a place for me within video games? My answer is yes, because, we need the stories. Africa already has a lot of stories. We need someone to package that. We do need modelers, to take that creative. We do need testers. And with the growth of this, we will then be able to see how to create more jobs across the continent. I'm also happy to say that, building a game in Africa costs 10% less, of what it costs to build it in the other economies. So, we already have access to the data, we have access to content, we haven't access to infrastructure and tools. With this, I believe, we'll be able to see more game developers coming out from the continent and creating the next world class. So at this point, I'd like to jump into esports. There's also a growing potential within esports. So I'd like to request Didier to play a small video, and then I'll be back.
Yeah, just give me a minute.
Just as a heads up, while you look for the video, we have to reconvene at past 10, so in 15 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. And I think maybe some people here would love to ask some questions.
All right, should I play the video here?
Yeah, you can just play maybe from the middle. Yeah.
Like here?
Awesome, man.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay.
That's a nice one, by the way. Bring the esports industry to Africa.
Okay. Well, the content is available online, so I'll just go over it. I'm happy that that part has been showcased. So Didier, it's okay to pause. So why this video? We've seen a growth of video game or rather esports growing across the continent. You know, when you look at the video game industry, it's not just producing games, but we also have other people who are looking to consume games. Esports is also a growing trend across the continent. You know, young people are not just looking to play games for the fun, but they're also looking to play esports as a professional career. So, you know, young people in China and the US are getting scholarships. So, you know, you might be a young person who's playing FIFA, Tekken, Street Fighter, etc. You know, it's encouraging to know that, you know, you can now be able to do this professionally and be able to be signed up. Also, the esports industry has a lot of you know, potential and extension. So, you know, within this, from this small video that Didier played, you know, we see film crew, we see casters, you know, we see restaurants. So, you know, you might be someone who loves to, you know, you might be studying journalism. You do have a passion for commentary, perhaps. So, you know, esports is also opening up new careers, shoutcasting. We do have, you know, for local, there's one local player who's starting alone, but, you know, she's growing to see how she can become an esports player. So with this, I'd encourage anyone listening that, you know, the video game industry has potential, esports has potential, and there's room for everyone. So thanks a lot. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Douglas. That was super interesting. I had no idea that the gaming scene was like so flourishing. I'm also not really into gaming, but my dad is. I don't know if anyone here has questions.
I have questions.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's really surprising. Thank you, Douglas, for this presentation. It's really, as you mentioned, Asma, it's really surprising to see the extent of and the scale of the gaming and specifically the potential of it. But for the ones who want to join this sector, what would you recommend? I mean, are there many trainings? Because you said, yeah, if you are making sound or graphic design, this is a certain kind of skills, but what about coding? What about scenario writing? What about putting all this together? And how can concretely Ludic Works support on this, for instance?
Yes, so thanks, Didier, for your question. There are communities, we do have now Africa Wide Association. It will be, the website is not available, but I'm just typing on the chat box. So anyone who might be interested, you know, you probably want to connect with your video game ecosystem in your country. You know, they can reach out to info@agda.africa, and we will be able to, you know, connect them with the local ecosystem. And so I think that's one part. And then secondly, you asked about the sound. Kindly rephrase that question.
The first question was, what are the training about game development or game developing? And the second question was, how can Ludic Works support?
Okay.
What are the kind of supports that you are bringing for the people?
Okay. Yes, so in terms of the trainings, we usually have monthly free meetups that happen monthly, every second Saturday of the month. Anyone who's interested can follow us on Twitter, which is www. There we usually post the links to the training. So, you know, we usually do anything from IP to content creation to developing educational games. Since we're coming to the end of the year, we will then resume this meetups from January next year. How do we as Ludic Works support? So anyone who has a game and is trying to put it out there, we usually help with their co-development, and then also help with their testing. And then once the game is ready, we are able to help with the marketing and distribution, and ensuring that we're able to put it on all the respective platforms. Yeah.
Do you see any trends in game development? Sorry.
You broke off, sorry?
Yeah, no, the question is, do you see any trends in the type of games that are developed? Is it like the mainstream ones that we can connect all over the planet? Is it like Pokemon Go?
Okay. Yeah, so yeah, we're happy to support any type of game, any genre, PC, mobile, or PC. I mean, PC, console, and mobile, sorry. But most of the developers on the continent are developing a lot of mobile games for now, given that it provides the least barrier to entry.
Okay. And do you see any trends in this?
Do we see?
Any trends in the type of games that are developed? Is there a main...
Okay. So most of the games are endless runners and universe type of games, but we're seeing a lot more people building now strategy games, a bit more fighting games with local contextualization. And this will slowly grow because we're seeing more, Kenya, South Africa, Tunisia are some of the countries now fortunate with getting gaming institutional, or rather institutions focused on game development. So with this, we do expect that we will see more variety of the type of games coming from the continent.
All right. Is there any question from anyone in the room? In here, we can really start a game from with Douglas. Right.
All right.
We don't hear you, Asma.
I can go back to the forum. There is still like 5-10 minutes. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, now yes.
I was just saying that if nobody has questions, we can slowly make our way back to the forum, either catch the last 10 minutes of the current workshop and wait for the closing and the party to start. Didier, if you want to put the link again in the chat.
Do you hear me? Hello? Do you hear me? Yes. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, it seems we have small... Do you hear me?
Yeah, I got kicked out, so I think my connection is getting weak, so I have to go outside, hence the lack of light.
All right.
Do you hear me better now?
Yeah, you're back.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, I think other people are like finishing their workshop a bit earlier, so we can all reconvene in the forum, and is the link in the chat.
Yeah, it's been shared. Douglas, maybe you have something to add, or maybe you have some questions for us, or some reflection.
Closing word.
Mine is just to thank you all for having me today. I think, yeah, I'd say let's be creative, let's build more games, let's build cool games, and yeah, the future is bright. But thanks a lot. Pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Awesome. I think we can use like Greg. Applause. Jazz hands, applause. Yeah, and then let's meet in the forum.
All right. Thank you, Douglas, for having joined us. We will spread the news and hopefully create new game developers.
Thanks a lot, Douglas. Thanks, everyone. See you back then.